Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I'd like to welcome you all back to my channel. Me on YouTube, Spirit to Spirit Teaching the Growing with Itself, on TikTok, 1974 Light Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always encourage, suggest, and I really recommend that people read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit Teaching the Growing with Itself, to get a better understanding of what it is that I record. I channel spirit all the time. Okay? And spirit guides me where I need to be. Okay. And today I'm talking, I do talk a lot about Oak Island and Lunenburg. Okay. Because, I'm taking and I'm putting everything together. Okay. Because, see, the thing is, okay, I encourage people to check their genealogy, especially if you're from Nova Scotia or somebody from Nova Scotia that's here or what have you, because your roots come here too, from the European settlers in 1749 to 1752. Okay, because now three parts to my family. Okay, all well, the Boulers weren't actually. It didn't say that they owned property on Oak Island, but the Boulers are affiliated with the Lunenburg murder trial, the Boutler brothers. Okay, but see, the Byzantines and the McMullins, they had property on Oak Island, and I have it written down. Okay, now I don't know how many times in the past year I have tried to connect with Rick from the Curse of Oak Island. I've left messages with people. They said, oh, yeah, we'll get it to Rick. We'll get it to Rick. But do you really get it to Rick? Because I know why you wouldn't get it to Rick. Because it involves your family. Not only does it involve your family, but you're profiting from it. You're profiting from the story, the narrative. See, you wiped out the Byzantines right out of history. But I think even on Oak Island, you're asking the McGinnises and what have you for all the information and other people affiliated with either Samuel Ball or Donald McGinnis. Don't get to the nitty gritty. You say Donald McGinnis in 1795. I have right here, okay? Because let's see. First off, I'm going to go to my genealogy, okay? Because my genealogy coming here first started with Jean George Byzantine, who was scalped by Edward Cornwallis in 1756, which, people were told the 7-year war for the Paris Treaty, what have you. You were told it was because of these two countries, what have you. Was it because of the two countries? Or was it because you scalped my seventh great-granddad? See, a lot of people have heard that story around Chester and places like that, but they said that it was an Indian who did it. Now, you take, for instance, the Boutler brothers, okay? They were charged and convicted for murder and hung for murder. But see, the thing is, let's see. They said that ha 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 ha. Oh, I know, he's fucking with it. Because all of a sudden my screen went black. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we'll go. Oh, hold on. Okay. Yeah, this is. Oh, yeah, I know. See, this is Samuel. This is the father of George Frederick Emery, the one that was said to have been murdered, which I believe that George was the one who was actually part and partial to scalping my seventh great granddad. Because George was actually the godfather to the Bootler brothers. But they said there were two Bootler brothers. I have the book. Yeah, this is fucked up. Oh, the book right here. Okay? The whole proceedings of it. Okay? And they have the family line, but okay. They said that the two brothers was George Frederick and John James. Okay? But see, the brother there. See, this is all the affiliation with Emion, or George, the one that was supposed to be murdered, with his wife and his granddaughter. Because somebody just said, how does that have to do with Island? Okay. I want you to sit with this for a minute. Okay? Because if you look on the map, here we go. Right here. I have the map. Right? If you look on the map, okay, let's see. James Anderson, okay, and James Weber. Now, I want you to think of the song Reba McEntire. Okay, you have to listen to the whole version of it. Okay. Now, if you listen to the whole version of that song, the night the lights went out in Georgia, they killed an innocent man, and the judge in the town got blood stains on his hands. Okay. Now, in the song, it says about being at Andy's place, stopping at Webb's. See, it was said to have happened in Lunenburg. I'm seeing that it was a violent because in the book it also says about a Byzantine, seeing a Byzantine. See, the thing is, if you look, because I know that there's some that's trying to cut me off right now, and that's too fucking bad. I don't care. Because when you go on the Lunenburg, uh, the Lunenburg tour, they tell you the place where the Bootler brothers was hung. It's up on a hill. They will tell you they were hung there. Oh, yes. And this is my sixth great granddaddy who owned property, and I can go right through the genealogy on it, right from him down to me. Not only on one side, but on two sides of my mom's family, because my grandmother and grandfather were first cousins. You say incest, fine, what have you, don't care. But there's two connections there. Now, the Bootler, probably lost it, but hey, oh well. Okay. Now see, with the Boulere brothers, okay, their grandfather and grandmother were tossed, from what I understand from different meetings, they were tossed overboard on the way over. There you go. Okay. Their grandfather and grandmother were tossed overboard, which left them orphans. Okay. My seventh grade grandmate, she married, but I think that when they first come over, I keep getting that my seventh grade Grammy's half sister was married to my seventh grade granddaddy first, and she died on George's Island. Now, so let's go to George Coolidge. If you look on here, and these two here and this one here, okay? See, I don't. I have all the paper. I have so much stuff here with regards to family. Now, this is really, like people can stay in or you can go out. That's totally up to you. Okay, so yeah, this is really, See, John James Bootler. Oh. John Jack Bootler, born in North River, baptized in Lunenburg, deceased May 9th, 1791, which was the same day that the two other Bootler brothers were said to have been hung. And down here, it says right there, May 9th, 1791, death, hung for murder. Yeah, it's weird where all this went to. What it's going to see, I was even looking into the family that was related with regards to the Bootler brothers. And then George Frederick Bootler died 1791, and John James died 1791, but there were only supposed to be two Bootler brothers. It's in the book. In the book, it says about my great granddaddy. And I'll say it again because I've been channeling, and I have strong reason to believe because these were in here. Those were the four families that were said to have been affected by the Bootler trial. Okay. See what the how do you spell that? Shit. This is like, it's a whole other story because neither one of the Bootler brothers actually died in Lunenburg on that hill because they died in North River. Delphine, Dauphinee, or it's spelled well, either Delphine. Right? The daughter, the granddaughter that was supposed to have been murdered. No. See, the thing is, I've been channeling. There was a secret. And the secret was that that girl was my sixth grade granddad's biological daughter. But it was said to have been George's son, but it wasn't. See, I went to Oak Island the past year. I've tried, I don't know how many times to get in touch with someone because my family is associated with them in the spots that they're really looking. You know, you're looking in the swamp. The swamp was connected to my sixth grade granddaddy, you know, John Bezanson. Some called him James, some called him Jacob, some called him Jacques, and some called him JJ. And then adjacent to that, pretty sure it was another one of my great granddaddies, and that was the McMullen. Do you know how many people went missing or all of a sudden just died? All had to do with property. You were searching for treasure. See, I know that there's ones in here trying to shut me down because, I could feel you at Oak Island. I could feel you at Oak Island Treasure Shop. You were damn near fucking shitting yourself. Every time I said the last name was Sanson and McMullen, you were shitting yourself. Every fucking one of you. Even when I said about the bootleggers, the bootlegger brother trial. Oh, I don't know what. Fuck you don't. You're profiting off it, and you tell me you don't know what I'm talking about. Even the Vaughns. You wiped my you wiped the family right out of there. Years later, somebody even told somebody, "Oh, well, like, basically, you chased the others off, and then the seated ones, and then the ones that didn't go, you got rid of them." I guess you did, or you tried. See, that's the thing. You're profiting off of a story of some people's deaths. You're sick. You're sad. And you're not even telling the fucking truth. Like I said, the McGinnises or the Vaughns, they can get in there and they can tell their story. They said, what was it? Samuel Ball, Donald McGinnis, and Anthony Vaughn was supposed to have found the treasure. But in this, where is it? See, let's just see. Right here in this paragraph, Oak Island History Not Myth, dated July 5th, 2021. Okay, Deb published, okay? It says here, there is more known about the Vaughn family than any other Crushes in Oak Island stories. Kaya tuturismo, yellow tuturiay. Don't take offense to me getting loud because this is a spirit to spirit. But was Anthony Vaughn, who was among the discoverers of the money pit, a 13-year-old boy, or was it really his 44-year-old father? Let's go to my great-granddaddy's will, which I have in possession right here. Let's see. The will was done up. It said that it was seen on 1804, okay, because he suddenly died. But I channeled back off, Bula, we ain't taking your shit. And I have I've been channeling, I channel signatures. John Bezanson of Chester, and then it was, the will was drafted in 1800, probated in 1804 in Lunenburg by John Cretan. Who was John Cretan? John Cretan was the judge that sentenced my cousins, my 7th grade Grammy's nephews, to death. in 1791, right after, let's see, their father wrote his will in May of 74, or sorry, March of 74, 1784, and died May 1784. And then the boys were sentenced to death because the land was left to them. So let's get back to, so John Creighton, which I actually took and I put the pieces together because in Tatamagouche 2, where they said that the Boulder brothers were headed when they supposedly murdered someone. But I led the Creighton family there too. See, John Creighton, he was the probate judge for my granddaddy's will. And he was the judge that sentenced the Boulder brothers to a hanging. He said, yes! Executor Anthony Vaughn, which would have been the one that you got to fucking say is not the goddamn fucking treasure. What's happening? And then Peter Corkum was another executive, and then the witness. So Anthony Vaughn was the executive, and he was the witness. Are you getting it yet? This is why they don't want my story to get in there, because it'll put a fucking big old flip-flop right in your TV program. See, the reason why they don't want you getting into it, Rick getting a hold of talking to me, and they won't give a message. You all say, I was in there today, and the woman that was at the little treasure cart just as you go in, she said Fred Nolan sold her the property, and I told her about Samuel Ball not owning anything. Oh, well, they say he owned lots of property. I don't give two sweet Jesus fucks what they say about him owning property. Here's Donald McGinnis. Here's Samuel Ball. Let's see. Oh, don't forget, he was working for Edward Cornwallis, the one who actually scalped my 7th great granddaddy. You know, I said, if you want to find the treasure, well, you might want to know the fucking truth, and then you might find something, because they're giving you the fucking runaround. Let's see. You know, you'll probably try to block this too, hey? Right? Okay, let's see. See that there? This is archives. And I even told her, I went to the archives. Let's see. Moralist was born in South Africa. Samuel Ball was born, or not South Africa, South Carolina, and after the war in America, joined the King's troops in the command of Lord Cornwallis. Soon after, he came to New York with General Clinton. I have that paperwork here too. When he was ordered to join Major Ward, who commanded the refugees at Bergen Point in New Jersey, where he continued to serve until the end of war. He came to Shelburne with Donald McGinnis, which They were both said to be escapees from a slave plantation. Well, fuck, man. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Hey, right here, I have Samuel Ball's father's name and I have his grandfather, and they were fucking plantation owners with 400 slaves. Let's keep reading. He came to Shelburne, where he lived 2 years and has been in Chester 23 years. Well, my great granddaddy owned. Where's your real granddaddy? Is it on? Oh, holy snap! Property on Oak Island, Gooseberry Island, Mark Island, as well as 20 other lots varying in Chester. He said that at the time, is that he lived on the islands. See, and he left all of his stuff to his kids, and it said forever because he had a little bit. See, John Prescott and Joseph Dumock, which was the Reverend. And if you look at the church in Lunenburg, that big Gothic one, these names are in there. John Creek, he was buried under the church. See, my granddaddy owned like Middle River and Stillwater. I think that's middle. He owned a grist mill. He owned a lumber mill. But somehow it ended up in Anthony Vaughn's hands. And then they said that Donald McGinnis, Samuel Ball owned all this property. Let's get back to Samuel Ball. Chester 23 years. He has received no lands from government and requests a 4 acres lot number 32 on Oak Island. This was in 1809. See, that 32 lot was my great granddaddy's. Because these were the lots that my great granddaddy owned. Oh, right here. Okay. Pretty short. Neil McMullen is one of my great granddaddies. He owned 13, 14, 11, 10, and 9. John Sanson, which was my sixth great granddaddy. He also went by, like I said, James, Jacob, Shock, and JJ. He owned 32, 31, 29, 22, and 20. And then it ended up in John Smith's hands, which, you know, people say that John Smith had a hand in with regards to Joy Wickedness and Samuel Ball. When you look up about Samuel Ball, saying there that he owned, where is it? Samuel Ball's tax, 1791, tax in Chester. Just so happens that was the same year that the brothers got hung, right? You want to know why people were going missing? You might want to check out Samuel Ball and Philip McGinnis. Okay. They said Ball now owned 9 lots on the island, namely lots 6, 7, 8, 24, 25, 26, 30, 31, 32, total of 36 acres, which he did not own anything. He stole it. He stole it. Because right here, if you go to property online, see? Samuel Ball. Shit. Samuel Ball. See anything there? Lunenburg County, 1759. Results, 40 results, there was nothing. And when you go to the paper, no records found. See, if you look in, where is it? This is the thing about my family. If you look in here, in this, a lot of people end up like mysteriously dying or disappearing. See, that's the thing. Oh, and don't forget, I need to throw the Marriott family in there too. And why? Because Stephen Marriott married my great granddaddy, or married my great granddaddy, married my great Grammy, which would have been King George's second wife after he died. And then one of my sixth great granddaddy's daughters married a Melvin. You know, I have there, right here. See, they don't want me talking to them because last year I tried about 4 times or more. Even the people said, yeah, you should tell them. You should tell them. Well, how the fuck do you get a hold of them? Because you say, here, just leave the information with me. On the 27th, I actually had one of the women that works on Oak Island tell me, oh, send me an email with your stuff. And I'll get it to him. And today, everybody's just like blowing me off. If it's not true and you have nothing to fucking hide, which I've just proven and showed you that it is true. But see, Rick, it's actually on YouTube. And why is it actually on YouTube? Because I'll tell you right now, these people are just using it. Why do you think your fucking show's going on so long? Why do you think your brother's getting fucking irritated? Seriously. I know there's greedy hands in amongst. Because last year when I went on the boat tour around Oak Island, right around my granddaddy's property, I wanted to jump off the boat. A lot of strange things happened that day. He even told me that Donald Trump has affiliation with Sam's Island, which was actually Samuel Ball's island. It was originally Hook Island, and now it's Sam's Island. And Donald Trump has affiliation to it. Donald McGinnis, Donald Trump. If you actually look at a picture of Samuel Ball, he looks identical to an older version of what P. Diddy looked like. And I believe that Epstein would have been Anthony Vaughn because Donald McGinnis, he just disappeared. No trace. People say Donald Trump time travels. What is it? Baron Trump collection. And then I have storybooks of Mary Trump, which is Donald Trump's niece. People say, oh, well, that's just they're lying about him. They're lying about him. Are they lying about him? Because, people are saying that Donald Trump is a time traveler. And do you think it's a coincidence that he has affiliations to Sam's Island? Is this why he wants to annex Canada? Purisita Coreana. So seriously. There's a picture of Samuel Ball. Now, go look up P. Diddy and put him old. Seriously, people on here, they'll go back in history and they'll say about Elon Musk and how he looks like someone, or Reeves, or Mark Zuckerberg, and all them. Purita por esta nunay. Boleh na po. Same way everybody else got their information. But some people say, oh, but that's not accurate. It's not? Where's the people? The thing that wasn't accurate is that in the family of the Bootlers, they said that my great Grammy died at the age of 2. Really? There was another one, but it wasn't her. And I can affiliate with that because when I was 2, I was told that I took some nerve pills. I got into a war. But they said that my great Grammy died. Once again, because the guy that wrote the book said that he has affiliations to George Frederick Boulevard and John Boulevard to George Frederick Edward. The George Ed, the man that was supposed to be killed, he was the godfather to the Boulevard brothers. My granddaddy had and if my granddaddy turned into a real fucker, you were raping his daughter. And you think he's not going to want revenge on you and your family, including the ones who killed his father right in front of him because you think he ain't going to remember your face? And do you think that his daughter ain't going to remember the face of her predators? See, the thing is, Anthony Vaughn's brother, James Vaughn, married the woman that was first married to my 6th great granddaddy's son. Seriously. And this was explained why they don't want me around, why they don't want me around, why they don't want to say it with anything. See, they say a lot about nose cross. Do you even fucking know what you're looking at? Say Aladdin's cave. You mean compartment? Because there's shit piles of fucking tunnels under there. Seriously. I'll tell you right now. You're on a wild goose chase. There's shit there, yeah. But you're on a goose chase. And the ones that want to keep the show going, they're the ones that's blocking the truth. Que la territoria. Who really died. Just remember. See, my great granddad and he just died. And he was afraid of that one that was supposed to be dead because everybody thought she was dead. No offense to the family, but I believe he was protecting her. But my God, he was a cranky old bastard. He didn't want her to be seen. You know, the red dress, lady in the red dress. Korisiko purite. I didn't learn these languages anywhere. But my ex-husband told me, like, with regards to Lunenburg, oh, don't go on the Lunenburg tour and tell them what really happened. Because they don't care. And, these people are paying money. Yeah, they're paying money to know the fucking true story. Will their brothers die in Austria? And it was said by me. Now, when I went to Tattamagush, I went on a property. Okay? Because, where was it really? It was on a property. And it was a museum. And I was seeing a door. And when I went in there, I was getting, like, people were being tortured. My granddad, you can fucking hold. God killed them. Same as my seventh great granddad. You scalped them. And you went after the three youth that they were protecting. And then they drug my great granddaddy off. Who ended up with the mask that looks like a Hannibal Lecter mask? Because I seen that in the museum in Chester, or between Mahone Bay and Chester. Because I know that, a spirit was channeling through somebody else saying about eating someone's face off. It's the same as George's Island, where it all started when the European settlers first came over. It was my seventh grade for them to get everyone off the Gaza Strip. But see, you thought you tried to put everything out of existence. I know when people are channeling others, and I know when you're coming at me. Because I know spirit jumpers. I can read body language. I can read people's energy. Just like that. And I was reading their body language today, and they were fucking their shit and stuff because they wouldn't even really look at me. There's one woman that was sort of looking at me, but she was like this, and yet, oh, like she gave me a card, send to this and send to that. But yet last year when I was there, they said, "Oh yeah, write your name and information down, and we'll let them know." And that's really people that want to find treasure, or is that people who really want to hide public secrets, dirty ones like that? It's right on the map. My great granddaddy's names are on the map. The night the lights went out in Georgia, go to Pearl. Judge got blood stains on his hands. Was the judge having his hands on the girl too? I'm allowed to question these things because, my ancestors are guiding me. You want to know about, like, one brother believes there's a curse on the island, the other one doesn't, but there is a fucking curse on the island. and it's going to remain there until you find the truth. So have fun chasing your head in your ass. Because I'll tell you right now, you have people in there that don't want the truth. You have Templars, you have Masons. Well, guess what? I'm connected with Templars and Masons with churches. My great-great-granddaddy had a religious school. Just like his business. He was a farmer. He was a shipbuilder. What types of ships was he building? What are you really digging for in that triangular shape? Swamp? That's adjacent to my granddaddy's property. You know, you got it right there. The McMullins and the Smiths, which the McMullen was related to the Smith because it was McMullen Smith, because he was a stepdaddy. I looked at Margaret Smith, mother of John Smith, were married in the summer of '88. From the family records at Paynes, they moved to Oak Island. Neil further purchased lots 9 and 10 on June 1793. There is no listed 1784, and oh, here it is. Under Martin Marshall, Martin would buy lots 10 from Anthony Vaughan. Okay, and the tax poll of 1791. There's that 1791 again. Martin, living on Oak Island, self-identified as a wheelwright, would sell both of these properties in 1792 to Neil McMullen, stepfather of John Smith. And then the Dr. Prescott, which was actually John Prescott, who was actually the doctor right there. he was one of the witnesses in my sixth great granddaddy's will. And both my sixth great granddaddy, the doctor, John Prescott, knew George Washington. But see, Jonathan Prescott's sons of battle. They served together in the military. As you will come to read, he will assume the justice of the peace duties for Horton and will play a critical role in Chester's history towards the end of the Revolution for his participation in the sacking of Lunenburg. While the American Revolution tore many families apart, Prescott's family was in full support of it. They were in support of pulling the families apart. History records Joseph being a doctor in a rebel army with close connections to George Washington via the order of Sinsitia. See, wait a minute, here it is, right here. Right down here. And both father and son. I have the Boulier brothers' father's will, and You know, right now people say, well, you're very disorganized. Well, there's a lot of fucking stuff to go through. A lot of cross-referencing too. I even researched people that will is written here, but I have the will of Samuel Ball too. And that's the thing. Everybody goes into this stuff blindly. And then when they want to tell the truth, that's the same as when I went on George's Island. I was telling truth, but you know, the tour guides. Well, he said, well, we only tell this. That's your fucking problem. You tell one side, and then you erase everybody else out, and you even try to erase history. See, as far as the church goes, because see, they name their churches after saints, right? But then you see how corrupt they are. So who are these saints? You know, you say saints and prophets. You're going through time. So how many times have they gone through time? Seriously, people like to talk about spiritual stuff, you know, and other stuff. My granddaddy had a religious seal, which like here, where to go. The career of Jean Jacques, she went by Jean too, is remarkable. His religious seal was more than matched by his business acumen. His father died when he was about a year and 6 months. He had no schooling and remained illiterate all his life. Yet the land transactions in his name, while property drawn up, witnessed and signed with his ex, far outnumbered those of any other man in the settlement and make up a large portion of certain book of land records. Now, last time when I read my great granddad's will last year, like 2 or 3 days prior to reading his will, I went in to the registry, land registry. And before that, I had printed off about $300 of stuff. The day after I read my great granddaddy's will, my sixth great granddaddy's will, I went in. He was guiding me, you know, hey, go in. I want you to go there. He might have been illiterate, but he wasn't fucking stupid. He was right. See, he went and I went in. And she looks at me, she goes, Oh, you're back for more stuff. I said, yeah, I'm here to have another look. So she set me up on the computer and I typed in the name the same as what I did before. Nothing showed up. So I typed in another name. Nothing showed up. So I typed in the one that I had gotten all the other stuff from. Nothing showed up. And nothing showed up on the grantor or the grantee. Nothing showed up. And then I went up and I said, I went to pay for the $6.50 that the fee was to use it. The woman there, she was saying, oh, you have nothing to prove up today. And I looked at her like, yeah. I looked at the computer. Yeah, I said, it's awfully strange considering I was just here a few days ago and it was all there then. And see, the thing is, she was the one at the front desk every time I went in. So she looks at me. I don't know what you're talking about. See, the thing is, Spirit will show me and Spirit will tell me. See, the thing is, that just told me that she was part of it. And, you know, I know that people watch my lives and my videos. How do you like my beads? And you know, probably try to mess around, that's fine. See, I'm pretty sure my granddaddy's deeds were a rodeo. And if anyone's familiar with rodeo deed, because in his will it said that his family had this stuff forever. Wasn't stuff he could sell. You know, you did say you were dirty with your savages, or you said you were conceited. It is certain that Jean Jacques spoke German and English as well. Let's go here. They spoke a corrupt dialect of French with a German intonation. Some of them had French Bibles and a few other books in that language. From the sufferings which they had endured for the religion after their annexation to France, they had a strong epiphany to the French and Romanist, which has continued among their descendants to this day. In fact, they do not wish to be called French, but speak of themselves as Swiss. Guess I know what I saw in my head. Chissà che tu se non lasciano inimicare Newton. You know, people say you speak gibberish. Do I really speak gibberish? Or are you just saying I speak gibberish because you have not a fucking clue what I'm saying? And sometimes, you know, this is a spirit to spirit. I had family members say, well, I don't know why you look that stuff up. Because I can, and because you should be too. What are you afraid of? What do you remember? or something? Because there's a lot of people trying really hard to keep me from doing this. Because I'll tell you right now, like between Byzantium Schoolers and McMullins, there's been a lot of animosity. Well, I don't know why you look into that stuff. They're not your relatives. Then the third cousin that you talked to me about is not your relative. Seriously. They've been trying to kill us since we got here. That's why they shipped us over here. Because they thought they'd eradicate us. You know, the Paris Treaty. Like I said, hey, did they lie to you about that too? You said, oh, you watch such cartoons and too much fairy tales. Are they fairy tales? You know, there's King George, right? You know, watch Frozen 2 with your kids, or watch it alone and get the moral of the fucking story. Earth, wind, water, fire, and then the light. The truth. Because that's what happened with Elsa. She found out that on her mother's side of the family, they were the Indians. On her father's side of the family, they were the military. And they scalped his head. They scalped him. They built a bridge. They said, like, when I went over to George's Island and I told the guy about what Edward Cornwallis did to my seventh grade granddaddy, oh, well, Edward did a lot of Edward Cornwallis did a lot of bad things. Yeah? Well, if he did a lot of bad things, what the fuck are you praising his stuff for? Because that's what you're doing. And I'll tell you right now, George's Island, they said they built it like a ship. That's a fucking ship with a whole bunch of dirt on it. You know, think of Five Islands where they say, oh, the guy just took it through dirt. Through dirt? No, through dirt in the water to make the Five Islands here. Pura siya po riyan na. Pura siya po riyan na. Pututiya, tututiya, turiyay. Pusha makui muetay. You say you want to come out of the Matrix? Learn the fucking truth. Because see, people think that I'm coming for the land. You know, rightfully, you don't own it. Killed people in the name of getting fucking land, and you wanted a treasure, which wasn't yours to begin with. It was the people's. But see, the thing is, were they storing it? Were they storing it for the one percenters? Or were they storing it so they could get it into the people? And was my sixth great granddaddy and others on there to protect it? For the right time. You know, when you say about Aladdin's cave, what are they looking for in Aladdin's cave? Diamond in the watch, right? But see, if you watch Once Upon a Time, you have Aladdin, you have Jasmine. Jasmine takes them to the cave. And it wasn't a literal diamond. Aladdin used the diamond in the rock. Getting super through, yeah. Anybody getting it yet? Te la doy, man. When people want me to co-host, please explain what you want me to co-host with. Because I'm not here for debate. I'm bringing the information forward that I have, that I put hours in. Lots of tears because I had to go through my own fucking genealogy line and see the dirt that they did themselves. See how many of you knew that there was actually a 9-year-old girl that was affiliated with the Emmer, the one who was said to have been George, the one who was said to have been murdered. Seriously. The brothers were hung, but not in Lunenburg, in North River. But I think they were actually, they died in North River, but North River was 33 minutes from Bush. And when I went there to the museum, I could see the stuff that they were like. There was different things, there were nooses, and there were these hook things that you put meat on. Because when I went to the tour of Ogawa, or not Ogawa, I didn't go there yet. But when I went to the tour of Lunenburg, I was told that it was two. I didn't know at that time that they were debated. It was just last summer that I started looking. And all the paperwork I have here, 2.5 months to get it. And I even looked into George Washington and all that. Donald Trump's, I believe it's his second or third great granddaddy owned property just up from my great granddaddy. He said, I'm looking at what is it? The Matrix likes to cut me off because, all these good elites, they're affiliated with all, you've got your government in there and put it the way it can. He was what, 24? So, hey, you really want the truth, you just don't want the truth. Because it might involve your family, right? See, the immigrants, say about the immigrants, well, okay, in that time, in the mid 1700s, immigrants were coming in. There's a lot of indigenous people. we even had ones from Scots Ireland. Isn't that where Ireland is where Donald Trump's mother's from? And she was a Smith. See, the money that they make off of you people, but they're not giving you the truth. The immigrants that are coming over, they're the natives. Their family was from. They're the ones you thought you chased off, got rid of. They're the family members of the ones that you killed. Or should I say unalive, because it's inappropriate to say killed. But yet they use it on their news. Seriously. It's like I seen one thing that it was on a TikTok thing, Trump is my God. Really. He should go up until what he does. People say, God did this, why did God let this happen? Why did God let that happen? No, it's not why did God let it. Why did people allow it? Just like what you're going through now. Why are you allowing it to happen? You say the courts, the courts, the courts, the courts. Yes, you might want to learn your amendment. I'm pretty sure you say about ICE and everything like that. The ones that work for ICE are the ones that say they're bounty hunters. Wait until they found me on your back. See, that's the thing. You want to go and you want to pull these people off, right? Until it happens quickly. People said that Donald Trump is going to get the worst of the worst of the worst. See, was Jesus actually the Christ? What's the Christ and what's the Antichrist? Is Christ the virus? Waking you up, waking you, stirring things up a little bit. And what is the true Antichrist? They say everything is flipped upside down and inside out. Was it that Jesus was actually what you would perceive an Antichrist, but he was the Christ, and then the Antichrist was the one that comes, much like an antivirus. Is Trump the Christ? Because I'll tell you right now, everything ends up being masculine against feminine and against. I'm pretty sure it's well, the mother and son, some versions of it, husband and wife, father and daughter. say 3 men. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is a man. Why? Because you have a dick in your finger. Because Charlie Kirk, you're a fucking peckerheaded woman. I won't say that because you are. You think that a woman should have her husband by the time she's 25? People are just mature by that. See, this all affiliates whether you want to believe it or not, because everything is the now. Today, when I went to up towards Oak Island, before I went, I Googled the restaurant, and it said open, and it said what time it closed. So we got in the whole day, sitting there, and I decided to Google this restaurant to get the directions. I Googled the restaurant, permanently closed. I looked at my ex-husband, I was like, permanently closed? It was just open. Well, it must have been permanently closed. Dude, I know you electronics folks did. And yeah, I did call them the folks that loves to play around and enjoy with a child. And I'm talking about the spirit. It's like a child playing games. Only mommy's done playing. So it was like permanently closed, like what the fuck? So we ended up going, and I was like, no, I'm going back to this restaurant because I was told by the guy who does the tours of the boat tours of Oak Island, I was told him last year that you'd be able to, on Thursday nights at Rick and them, go to this restaurant on Thursday nights around 7. So I decided, okay, I'm going back. So we had dinner there, like we left before 7. And then on the way home, I decided, like, just for shits and giggles, I'm going to look up the restaurant again. The one that said open and then permanently closed. Well, the third time, it had closed soon. Timelines, you know, fucking with the portals. And before we even went there, we stopped at a beach. And in the parking lot, I drove in, and there was not even a car's width between me and the 2 other vehicles on each side, the other vehicles on each side. SUV and a truck. We went up a little bit and was watching the ocean, and I looked back, and I'm looking, and I'm left really fucking confused because not only were the 2 cars that I parked in the middle of further away, but they were further away enough that one car fit in between me and the truck, and then it was an empty space between me and this other SUV. People think you're crazy. He would probably say that, but hey, you like playing games. They like playing games, right? You know, you're in the matrix. They make that shift. And that's why, like, you say deja vu and what have you. Go look at the movie The Matrix. When he says deja vu, and then everything shifts. It's like that movie Cube, where everything shifts and you're finding your way out. And that's why I know that they like to play. Gorecito Coreano. You know, what did they say that they have in a country that they bow to, right? Bow to the matrix. See, the thing is, when I tell people stuff, I make sure others are the woman at the treasure place at the first at the entry from the whole Elk Island. She said they bought their property for no one's cross. But she was very, whenever I spoke, it was like I wasn't even wanted there. And that's fine. When I went over, the girl that was at the front entrance, oh, I'll tell them. What's your name? I'll tell them. Just the same as the woman that approached me on June 27th and told me to email. Maybe you're the problem. Not being rude. I'm just wondering because, you told me to my face, asked me to take a picture of me and my ex-husband standing by the woman because you like to take pictures of couples. See, the thing is, people would look at me and say, oh, you're just a spirits ain't real. Because, like I said, everybody has to scream for the truth and reconciliation, but you don't want to get to the truth to get to the reconciliation. You know, the Boulier brothers, they sentenced them to death on circumstantial evidence. Like, look, man, I got enough circumstantial evidence here to overturn that, right? And to actually point fingers where fingers should have been in the first place. What really happened? Did anybody really die in that fire? Or did someone die? And that be the grandmother? Because didn't they say the Indian patrol showed up? Well, George himself was on the Indian patrol because he went on that a year after the scalping of my seventh grade granddad, and they knew each other. And my seventh grade Grammy's brother was good enough friends with him to have him as their children's godfather. He was entrusting him with them. And you say they murdered him? Why? Why would they? Like, seriously, why would they even want to murder him? But I'm pretty sure that they, like, you said they were on their way to Bush. I'm pretty sure they were already there. What you say that, well, they said. Did they say, or were they threatened into saying? Because I'm pretty sure I know what the sticks look like. Was it you beat to death? Because I'm pretty sure the wife come in and caught you. On your because I had the dream, the vision that the woman come in and said, "Get off of her." One of the sticks, it looked like a broken off, uh, like a toothbrush. It was all kind of torn apart. It was like something that had been sitting around for quite some time. All the story, like all broke up. And then the other one was like almost like a fence post about that long, and it had thicker rope wrapped around one end of it. Spirit shows me. I'm pretty sure the girl went running, and my sixth great granddaddy found her and put her to safety. And then I'm pretty sure Samuel Bolt killed him. And then they kidnapped the girl and trafficked her. The Underground Railway. I'm pretty sure Samuel Ball and Donald McGinnis were using it for their own personal reasons. That's why people were going missing. Say the tunnels under Pete's house. Samuel Ball had tunnels under his house. Because whose house was it before this? Que la totoria por esse mundo que tá tocando chora totoria esse ruim. Como tá? People look at me like I have a fucking 100 heads. My ex-husband yesterday morning or this morning or something, and ask me if I hear negative voices. And when I told him, no, I don't have voices that are telling me to kill people, but there are some spirits that really want to punch people in the head because they're being assholes. And they're treating me like a piece of shit. So yeah, the spirits do want to come out and rip me apart, but they're not telling me to hurt anybody. And I know what it is. So he said, "Well, okay, then it's not a mental health issue." Duh, do you fucking think I've been telling you all along? It's called spirit. You say, give somebody an exorcism. How about you talk to them and see what the spirit is trying to convey? Because it's trying to tell its story, the shadow's trying to come to the light, but people like to keep it in the shadows because it implicates them or their family. See, the stuff I have, like they were even sending people for, the witches, but actually, watch the thing, Salem witch trials. Said about it being no vote land, and the husbands die, and they start saying that the people are rich. The women are witches, just so they can take the land. I know the matriarch stopped me right here because everything stopped all of a sudden. And I could feel you right there in the throat, like trying to shut things down. Like a computer, it's like I'll put you on pause. It's like, and I'll just tell you what you do to me is going to happen to you. So all the power to you. Evidently, from the baptismal records, the first five children of Jean Jacques, which my sixth great granddaddy and Billy and Mary, were born at Lunenburg. The next four probably on the islands. It has been quite impossible to list all of the descendants of the first Sansons born in Nova Scotia in 1754. Over the years, many of Jean Jacques' descendants have come from far places to visit family members in Nova Scotia. It is reported that one man visiting said to his brother, "All the Byzantines that were any good left Nova Scotia long ago." And his brother's quick retort, "We got rid of a lot of the conceited ones that way," set them both laughing. So, goes to show, he got rid of us. Stole the property, did you? Even said that Donald McGinnis owned certain properties of my granddaddy. Seriously. How do you like your wars? How do you like keeping the lies going just to protect your business? Have you told your families yet? Because it affects them too. But probably not, right? Because you're too busy wanting your show to keep going. See, that's the problem with ignorance. In the name of adult, you will fuck over your own family. Oh, I got much here. I researched names of, like, connected them to people that were in my great granddaddy's family that freaking supposedly was on Jody for the bootleg brother murders, but I was set up like, say, "Oh well, there's nothing out there." Really? Who all was there to get them? Because Emmerich, George, the one that was said to have been murdered, but I think killed his own wife and went underground. Who knows? Maybe he was actually Epstein. You think that in 1795 that it was a grown ass man, Samuel Ball and Donald McGinnis, and a fucking 13-year-old kid. Curious to know where the people is located. I have a book. Ese no mata, ¿no? Yes. Cristo tu yan! Teka ko rin. Yalasılımı kinamota kaya sa nakita ng puto-puto sila sa pati sarap sila pakarina sila po pulis na no. Ito yesterday. Yes, yesterday, 40 feet below 2 million pounds are buried. Oh, así como Sharana, facilite coupé, tourism, mysteries. Mystery solved. Is it solved? No sé. This way. Well, because, and see, here is the receipt when I was at the restaurant last year. It was in July of 2024. And then on the thing, I find it like pretty, like 40 feet below 2 million pounds are buried. Million pounds are buried. What would 40 feet below 2 be? Why would that be good? You know, you see about like Vikings. And I find it really ironic because on one of the things I have, it said that the woman doing it did it on July 10th. Coincidence? You know, Nikola Tesla was born on July 10th. da vitoriosietate. Yeah, there were Vikings and Switzerland. Old Swiss. Okay. So didn't I say that the Vikings came to, you know, the Scots Irish, okay, Druids. On my second great grandma's side, her father and his father before him, so that was 11 generations back. Her, the men were rabbis. Druids, you know, Bible, Jewish stuff, this, I see many of it. And the drawing that I did back in 2020, I actually decoded a lot of what I was writing. It was telling me that you're living in pure law, the man's law. So that's what it's showing. It's showing you the past of what you say you're waiting for, but you already had it. Because this is the last of it. You've already had the 7 year war. People won't believe that. It was the military against the British. Why do you think they're putting it on? They're showing you Roman times. They're showing you World War One, World War Two. They're showing you all of the diseases and everything that was supposed to be cured, everything came back. I have people say, "Oh well, it's the immigrants that are bringing it over." No, just like you blamed them last time, right? putting them into the jabs that you take. Because they had a cure for chicken pox or measles or something like that. There were cures for this stuff. And people on here didn't like me saying about the jab. Well, too fucking bad. Not being rude, but hey. Do you think it's a coincidence? Do you know about the Spanish flu? Your war ended in, what was it, 2018? And oh, Spanish flu, or sorry, 1918, and then the Spanish flu broke out right after the war, and they all come home, and that was in 1919. Which when did COVID start this year? Let's see, December 31st, 2019. 100 years later. Are you awake yet? The British, Paris War, European War, and everything like that. They just sent us here to try to finish this off. See, maybe the mother called the doctor. And there's both sides to it all. In the Paris War, the French were on, or yeah, the Acadians and then Indigenous were with the Europeans, and the Canadian or the Acadians and Indigenous were with the British. So it's still happening now. Because at the same time that my family come over, another part of my family come over. They sent us here to try to slaughter us, and that's why some went missing. And I actually looked into that too. There was like a shit pile that when this, oh, well, they just figured, oh, they just went back from where they came from. No. So you think that the Underground Railway was running then? Or just in the 1800s? No. They liked chasing people. It was fun for them. And then they catch you in traffic. See, people don't realize a lot of stuff, and then you look at me and say, "Oh, well, you're just looking for attention." No, you're just saying that because I'm exposing the truth that you don't want to look at. Hey, Rick, if you're watching, I messaged you. That's what real. But the email did go to somebody because I sent it not once, but I sent it twice. Because she told me to send it to her directly, and she would make sure that Rick would get it. Did you make sure Rick got it, or did you cut it off? Because the people at the treasure shop told me last year, oh yeah, we're going to get the information. That's a story. That's something you should tell them. I even one of the I don't know if it was the mason or the temple. I messaged, and they said, yeah, you should tell them. Well, I seen him at the restaurant that day, but he didn't approach me. See, the people that, like, I watched a video where Rick said to contact them. But see, the thing is, don't you think it should be Rick deciding and not you? You know, I'm not very trusting of the narrative because he's really trying hard to see if he found out any more information. See, the thing is, they even had a company, Onslow Company or something like that, Pearl Company, who's from Onslow, even doing it. Okay. Me in in the little part, right? Because I'm not far from them. The cousins were sent to the home, or were home, because they said that they were home and and I feel very drawn to these places. And for that matter, with the whole fire, like, you know, it's a lot of strange because I channel a lot of things. And I actually pay attention to what others tell me because that's how I put these puzzle together. See, with my ex-husband telling me not to tell, like, not to bother telling these people, you know, why? They need to know the truth, or at least they should be putting the truth out there and not just, you know, blaming the Indians for it and saying that, you know, they killed someone. You got the property, didn't you? All planned, right? See, that's the thing. It all comes back to Ohio, to that family, because they were all connected. They were married into each other. My seventh great grandma was a nurse, she married a Wisconsin. And then my great granddaddy, sixth great granddaddy, married a world. Very good, because I know someone who married them and the family. And then my sixth great granddaddy, his daughter, or his granddaughters, right, married the McMullen. And see, those three are still in my family. And they married into one. And like I've said before, like there are a few men that I know, like that just down, like, deep down, I know that each of them have an older child that maybe they know about or they don't know about. And what is that? That's karma. It's throwing the families back together because, you know, the truth got to come out. Because I know there was a group of people that would have killed my sixth great granddad. But did you actually kill him, or did you, you know, maybe those sticks were him? and you tried leaving it for dead. Maybe one was on her and the other one was on my sixth grade on the woman for the bootlegger trials, the grandmother. And then the other one was my my sixth great granddaddy, which I left her for dead because they say there's no grave. And, when I go look and I wish family knew that. And then I ended up, failing this. I ended up getting the name Elizabeth. They raped my daughter Elizabeth. They raped my Elizabeth. And then I didn't think, and then one day I was looking, it was her. The granddaughter at 15, her name was Elizabeth, and she was pregnant. But at the time, the mom didn't know. It was later. See, that's the thing. Like, I can feel that right there on my tongue. People are like, someone's sitting with that part when I said about her being pregnant. You know, like, look into yourself because everything seems really fucking strange. The light's confirmation. And, if you think that I don't know that they just come in, I can feel you. And then the sound just falls. I just got you to shut that down. Why? It's that part, why is it irritating you so much? It's the past, right? If you say, oh, well, you're accusing people. No, I'm questioning. You did sentence the Blue brothers to death, hanging, and said to be in front of basically the whole town, including your kids. For that, maybe you should have had your children taken from you. Because see, if somebody were to do that today, you take kids, right? Fuck, they threatened to take kids because they were in a trucker protest. But I said, no, why? It's like, yeah, I can feel that. It just hurt. Someone said my uncle raped. And I'm pretty sure it's in part with this same case because I was looking through it. And it would have been the 9-year-old daughter. I got that she was raped, and then I got this video that she was raped and drowned. And I see that up on my page. See, people believe that the red dress thing just started like without it, like I mean, by a certain time, but it was wrong with them. See, you go blindly into a story and you don't take the time. Oh, it's exciting! It's exciting! They're looking for treasure! They're looking for treasure! Do you know they probably they found fucking bones on there? What do you think? Like most people, they don't have unmarked graves. It's an unmarked grave for a reason. Because nobody wanted to know that it was there. See, that's like the profiting off of the misery, the horrifying stories that they don't tell the truth to because it brings in money. You know, why don't you tell the whole truth if you're going to do it? You know, you're already getting money, right? But what? Like I said, it must affect your family, and you forbid your family with that. But you'll wipe someone else's out, even though it's part of white history. You know what that brother said. That's exactly what he tried to do. Because I went to ancestry, like a genealogy place, and the guy stood right in my face, and he said about the conceited one, saying that we're all kings and queens without losing my family's head, and he was walking. And if you think I didn't know that, only I didn't know how deep things went. Because you knew that I was there looking into the Byzantines and Bluebears. So you knew fucking well who I was talking about. And that's who you were referring to. See, my family, they were enlightened, and they were trying to tell people that the church part of it had everybody suppressed and believing that, you know, we just think we're better than everybody else. Much like some thought, you know, your biblical text, the same thing. You know, the Bible that you wrote to King James, for the most part, most people look to King James version. Him and his aunt murdered his own mother. And then he made the book of demonology. Probably much like St. Peter, right? Didn't his halo get fucking taken off him? Because I know that, I go spirit to spirit, and anyone that takes this offense to it, then that means that it's part of your spirit, your ancestral line that is getting irritated. Because you've been lied to too. And they're the reason why. The ones who lied are the reasons why we're all fighting. How did you like the colored walks that used to like go on the lawn? My granddaddy was in like I'm not saying it's like because you see him fall, get the top of his head cut off in front of you at one half. What you a husband and dead in fucking mind. And you're not gonna forget who did it. Like, see, I seen things that he would have done as a child because like, you know, did he go live with his grandmother? Did he attack his mother? Or try to attack his mother because he was trying to convey something to his mother, but she wouldn't listen to him. And if people think that I don't know that I carry or that spirit, well, I already know I do because I go spirit to spirit, not person to person. But you wouldn't have a clue what I was talking about because I'm not talking to the subconscious mind. I'm talking to the consciousness, the spirit, and it's that spirit that I see in you. But I know what I'm experiencing. So people say about schizophrenia, psychosis, and stuff like that. But that's what you're witnessing. That's why people put shit on other people just blink an eye, and it's like they just went psychotic. Well, okay, I just told you what you witnessed. It's not about like some people say about taking a pill. No, it's looking at your traumas, it's looking at what's making you think you're not because it's your spirit. Whether people want to believe that, I know from experience, big time experience, because I experience it anywhere I go. I even experience it at home because I can pick up on people's energies at a distance. Their spirit, I can feel people coming because I feel the spirit. See, I can know when the spirit comes in here because of what happens upstairs. Mock me again today. And I don't fucking find it very funny. Because it just goes to show you fucking maturity. And it's not me being rude. It's me saying, when are you going to face your own truths? So you look in your Bibles and everything like that. But you don't understand. You don't understand part of it. Reason being because it's been manipulated so many different times. You know, the King James Version 30,000 times itself. Just the King James. And I got that people didn't like that because, you know, I'm saying something about your Bible. That you're mocking my spirituality. But it's what I understand. You know, you say the 12 disciples or apostles or what have you. You know, it's like, wow. So you think of the biblical text and say, well, Jesus, okay. We continue to relive it. It keeps showing us over and over and over again. The same thing's fucking happening when you say Donald Trump wants to bring back like public hangings and stuff like that. You know, you really got to walk the line if you want to like, stand there and watch something. You know? And you see people like myself and the ones that need help. I must say, I don't want to stand there and watch somebody say good times. Well, I'm pretty sure the Miller brothers were going to sit all three of them and say there were two. So you did kill the next. You know, somehow the other people ended up with my great granddaddy's first word. Gooseberry Island was left to his daughters. Mark Island. You know, you're talking about Epstein Island. Is Epstein Island actually trying to refer to Sam's Island? You know, I'm saying that Samuel Ball had tunnels under his place, and P. Diddy had tunnels under his. And I had a vision one time that I was in place, and I was right, and I jumped on a, I jumped on the bed, and someone come running, and they ran right under the bed and disappeared. And then that was the same time that I seen the person, the beat, what have you. They looked like they had been skinned alive or burnt, which, maybe a little bit of both. Because my seventh grade grandma had to go to torture. Because that's what they were doing on George's Island. But they don't tell you that. And at the cell, there was a place where there was a dog there, and in this vision, the dog was with the man, tamed the beast. It's that part of, I have a spirit the same like great granddaddy. I know you dog. As somebody also told me, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Well, if that hand isn't using me, I'm going to bite the fucking hand right off you, and I'm not even going to touch you. But you have me, like you have that dog that you put down, right? Because the dog can't tell its story. So once my mind is, oh yeah, yeah, get the message. No, fucking don't. Because you don't want them to get the message because they might get another story perspective. And if they do that, much like their children, right? When I went there today, she said, "Oh, well, we don't meet like that." And oh, well, Rick's doing a taping. Today's like that. Yeah, I got a message on TikTok, but like with regards to her body, and I took it again. Swiss Vikings. She said there was Vikings on it, Robin, Masons, Templars, Shakespeare stuff. I didn't know that Shakespeare wouldn't be. It's true. Not just a character, as you call it. Not just a play. The two actually connected, forbidden by both families. Somebody wants to shut that off, right? Like a program. You know, was Shakespeare, was it about two lovers? You say it was about two lovers. because divine rivals. You know, divine rivals. Was it the Zancy, Mullen, the Ware family? Seriously. Smith and Smith, that CIA or spy thing or whatever. Smith and Smith. Like, seriously, I know you got paid more. Say, I don't know, that's not, and then the Matrix, and Trinity, which, you know, the resurrection, Trinity was actually the one that everyone believed. She saved me, and she went after the system. Electric today, I asked him, what he told her that nobody doesn't really understand you. Is that what you said together starts with him? I don't know why you talk like that. Nobody understands you. This is the spirit to spirit because I'm saying this was one, like the 1700s. Dice lo que te porquería ahí. I heard somebody say she has a sour look on her face. You would too. If you fucking felt all the shit about it. Because it is affiliated with the government and everything else too. Because Donald Trump, try to connect Canada. What, like they did to France, and my family come here to get away from it for our religious beliefs. Set a noose around. But no, people will just sit in front of the TV and they'll say, "Oh, I like that actor. I'll go look up and know everything about that person." Meanwhile, oh, I won't look up anything about my own. Let's agree. One second. Let's read this. It is, where was I? I was in Carsbro at Ottawa House. And I was walking through, and yeah. Yeah, something wants me upstairs in that place because I can feel the pull. But I was going through where they had the ship stuff, and sitting there was a Bible. And I opened the Bible just to a random page. And this was where I opened it to. Chronicles XVI 25 says, "For great is the Lord and greatly to be praised. He also is to be feared above all gods." Is that why you think that Donald Trump is your God? Because a true God does not expect their people to be afraid of them. For all the gods of the people are idols. But the Lord made the heavens. Glory and honor are in his presence. Strength and gladness are in his place. See, the Lord, what is the Lord? The Lord over you, to Lord over you. The landlord. You get it? And the part where it says the gods of the people are idols. Who do you people call idols? Seriously, who do you people idol? Because did Jesus not say, idolize no one? You know, is it a coincidence that I live in a house that just happened to be owned by a guy named John who happened to be a Baptist? And he was a deacon? Dice la que tu porquería, ¿no? Yes, sir? Dice la que tu porquería. I'm not asking if you're stupid. I'm saying, like, hey, you know, que la tu porquería, ¿no? Right there. Revelation chapter 5. 7 seals. 7 stars, 7 spirits, 7 trumpets, 7 bowls, 7 deacons, which represents the 7 chakras. Gurita Purikaria Sinuta is look like a racing good. Glad I do. My desk is a chocolate. I actually think it's chocolate paint, so I see what it is. This. So hey, you know, one day, really, I drew, I drew this. You know, we'll keep, And those numbers on there, that's the population of certain places. You know, if you Google a boat the size of Earth, it says 6,000 some kilometers around or something like that. But to get from one point of Canada to the other point in Canada, it's like 5,000 kilometers, right? So, 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 how is that? You know, like the Earth, straighten it out. You know, it's supposed to be 6,000 some kilometers. See, if it's that, if it's like that, then it makes sense that, okay, how many hours does it take to fly? Okay, say to fly from the United States over to Russia. Okay, if you look that up, if you go by boat, it's like 56 kilometers across the water. So how does it take that long to go by plane? How fast? Like you think of, okay, you drive 56 kilometers. What, you can go 100 kilometers an hour, right? You get it? See the maybe I cut this off, but because I can feel it right here. And I can always feel it right here. It's like somebody trying to like grab right here. It's like it's much like what the dark one would do. Take your energy and shoot you, and they'll not even touch you. They use it to see, I know that, I'm putting something out there that you don't want out there, so I'll probably have about like maybe 56 views right now, which is pretty sad for you. I'm not saying people, I'm saying things. See, people would say, "Oh, you're really cocky." No, that's your perception, and that's on you because I'm not being cocky. I'm bringing something to light, and the ones that think I'm being cocky are the ones that are irritated. Because the thing is, they like to be cocky, as if to say, because today when stuff was going on, do you think I didn't hear you just laughing because you thought it was fucking funny? To the spirit that was with my ex-husband, the place I was going to take, where I was going to go for dinner, the food actually looked pretty good. But you like to play your games, right? Because that's the only thing you know how to do. So you say God works in numbers. The manipulative God works in numbers because he can only count dollars and cents, which he has no fucking sense. say common law. You know, my ancestors put me here for this. I learned different things, the same as you all learned different things. Your ancestors tell you things through what you do, what you absorb, what you look through. There's something, there's a message there every time. You know, my family, this is what it says here for this answer. And it was oh yes, I want to show you something, which was really strange because I never seen it before in my life. I was at the beach one day and I put that in the sand. See that? See, the thing was, I never seen this thing before in my life. Never seen it. But I was sitting on the beach one day and I drew this. I even have a picture if I still have it. I mean, I have it. But it was a picture of me sitting beside it. I even do ones like this, and like just coincidence or synchronicity. Because I was just sitting there and then I started doing it. I started making like just the mouth and then I did the fade, like I did that part and I just started. But hey, I don't know nothing, right? I don't channel, right? I don't speak through spirit. I don't speak spirit like the religion says that only Jesus can do it, right? Wrong. But it's specifically with regard to the origin of Nova Scotia, although this is a very old French name, which they said they were Swiss, one can find it in a cathedral in the city of Beacon, Zenkin, ancient records showing the names of the of family members, names which had ceased to appear long before John G. and his family set sail for central beyond for Nova Scotia. The difficulty of connecting him to those long dead ancestors is almost incomprehensible or insubmersible. and certainly beyond our ability. So for somebody that knows here is there's the person. See, I have it on my stuff, the stuff that I looked into. And stories have been passed down orally through many generations on this continent. Some of them are repeated, but no claim is made to their authenticity. In writing, there is only the notion of canon heirs. Family traditions that came originally from Piedmont, Italy, refuge for religion. Piedmont, the massacre in Piedmont in 1650, January 1655, was the subject of a powerful sonnet by Milton, beginning, average, O Lord, thou slated, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints. The diary of Joseph Dimmock, which was, there's great granddaddy's will, Dimmock, Dimmock. See, great granddaddy's will. And the witness was Joseph Dimmock, Dimmock. Okay. The Diary of Joseph, Baptist, clergyman of Chester, amplified demonstrates that Jean Jacques Bezanson, it began Zankin because it was spelled that way, and his family showed religious zeal on the ordinary. Gotong, do I get it? Religious zeal on ordinary. Could that mean the Christ consciousness? Could that mean? And this was the pastor who was the witness to my sixth great granddaddy's will. Religious zeal beyond the ordinary, and later his sons and grandsons were active in Baptist churches in at least 6 countries, at least 6 counties of Nova Scotia. Very tradition through all branches of the family says religious refugees. And this is born out of the Patterson Papers. So that's the thing, like, you don't even have that history. So you really tried to wipe us right out. Much like what you tried to do with, you know, Jesus, Yeshua, Mary Magdalene, and Mary's family. We're European descendants. Well, this is my ancestors' genealogy discussion. The remembrance of these religious prosecutions is still handed down by tradition among their descendants in this country. Just like what's happening with me, religious prosecution. I bring forward something that is not the norm, right? You're not going to find it in your Bible. Well, actually, you do. You're just not understanding it, and it's been manipulated. Beyond that, there are stories. One has it that ancestors fought alongside of perished with Colonji, C, excuse me, Coligny. There is nothing, they say there's nothing to claim this. It's because they tried to wipe us out. A descendant of Joseph, eldest son of Jean Jacques, oh, okay, eldest son of Jean Jacques, was told by her grandfather, whom she remembered well, that he was descended from El Camet y Vican du Ilicius. She sent her own sketch of a coat of arms copied from something in her possession with a man's head on it and wrote on the back of the sketch, the Moor's head signifies that they fought in the Cascades. Although this woman was inclined to wave a romantic tale out of very slight evidence, the sketch was a surprise because Uncle Charlie Manson, who was not inclined to spin imaginary tales, had told that there was a coat of arms with a man's head on it. The uncle was dead when the aforementioned sketch was received. A member of another branch of the family had a different signet, which was seen in two widely separate parts of Nova Scotia, but this, they say, it proves nothing. It would require documentary evidence other than this sketch to prove the same. Okay? As for the family in Nova Scotia, except for gaps, it's on firm ground. They were among the foreign Presbyterians. I'm not a good reader. Oh well. Who settled Lunenburg. Who was my seventh great granddaddy, who first was one of the first the founders of Lunenburg. He was the first to receive property after he petitioned Edward Cornwallis to get everyone off of that godforsaken island because everyone was dying and people were poisoning people with rickon. You say ricin, I say rickon. Because they were putting it in food and milk. It was like a concentration camp. You did the work. But see, they were told when they were all told when they came over. But they were there for, they got there in 2002, or 2002, not 1752. And they never got them off the island till many months later, after lives were lost, including my seventh great granddaddy's first wife. An excellent reference book on this subject is Dr. Whittrop Bill's book, Foreign Pursuits and the Settlement in Nova Scotia, was published 61, University, Toronto Press. All who can should read this book. It has been out on print for some time, but is being reprinted. Now, I actually asked a couple of my relatives because they have access to this book. But when I asked to see the book, I was never allowed to have it. Just with one of them, they'd send the pages they thought were relevant. I knew. Mona Blair, An Unknown Homeland, published in Nova Scotia Historical. Okay. You have a monument of the settlers enacted in Lunenburg, July 1988, descendants of Lunenburg settlers visiting Nova Scotia should be sure to see this monument. I haven't gone to see the monument. The Byzantine family is listed in the Montbellard settlers who came from the Rihan to Rotterdam, where they embarked on the snow speedwell, listed by John Dick, 119 tons. This is what it says they brought with them. Okay. The speedwell set sail from Elevated Roads, 1752. Souls embarked at Rotterdam, landed in Halifax towards end of July same year. All of the Byzantines survived the journey. An inquiry did not locate King George Byzantine in Maribor, and another descendant believes they were in the Netherlands. It is certain, however, that they were passengers in the speedboat, because I have the list of the speedboat. And ironically, I got all the bootleggers right here. Now, yeah, like I said, I found a document for Martin Sheen. Here's the thing about circumstantial evidence. See this here? This is all the list of who Cornwallis brought over. Yeah, the list of Cornwallis here. And if you look, this was my second great granddaddy. And then below that, that would have been the Bootware brothers' father. Almost certain of that. And then the Delphines, they came the same time. Which, I said that I believe that Elizabeth, the 15-year-old granddaughter, was actually my sixth great granddaddy's daughter. And then Emmerich, Frederick, and Samuel, those were father and son, right there. So Frederick knew these guys, my seventh great granddaddy that was scalped, and his second wife, my seventh great grandniece's brother, right there. And it was his kids. He was the godfather. And they all came on the same ship together. And then John Creighton, he came over with Edward. So, did Creighton have something to do with my seventh great grandpa's death too? My sixth great granddaddy probably went after him. And, am I saying it's right? No, but can I blame him? Fuck no. Because what I've been going through and looking, it's all been a fucking setup. John Creighton, he was the judge. Not only for the trial, but he was also the judge for my sixth great granddaddy's will. And then all of a sudden, you see creeping everywhere. You see the Smiths, any museum I go to, the stuff like that would have been my sixth great granddaddy's and his family. Well, it's no longer theirs. It's someone. I thought I was walking into a whole other fucking world, expecting to go in there and see about my own family, but it was all about other people. You know, John Creighton was at the Gothic church in Lunenburg. They were all there. But my seventh great granddaddy helped build the original church. And then when you go to that church, you did like there, you don't see around there, you don't see any Byzantine headstones. You don't see bootleggers. Family was always under the impression that, you know, that the McMullins came from one place and that the bootleggers and Byzantines came from another place, which was like if you look, it is saying that they were sent to another place. They ran, they escaped. And then we were just crazy. No, they weren't crazy. See, the military was the pirates because the military was taking stuff and hiding it too. You know, you have Captain Kidd. You just think about him. Look at the book that I wrote with stuff. See, I know that people think you're just like, but yeah, the Matrix does. Because it's trying to cut me off right now because I can feel it in my chest. The Miller-Barrett immigrants were put on St. George's Island for many weeks, worked on the fortifications, suffered from cold and exposure as the weather began to change. And it is probably there that Gina, something like that, my seventh great granddaddy's first wife died October 1752. So not long after they got there, because it said they arrived in July, August, September, October, 3 months later, and she died. He then married the daughter of another of the French-speaking immigrants. The Hoopers were French, said to be French. They were. See, if you ever look up, okay, people say all Indians speak or yeah, I should. It's like and the But when I looked it up, French was a form of French. French. People don't believe me. I don't care. You know, that just means that you didn't look into it. Like I said, all like my research is on, and I don't mean that I saved it either. French speaking immigrants. Catherine it was cool there. She was about half his age. So she was about 26 and he was 44 or around about there because I think he was 46 when he was scouted. The family went to Lunenburg in 1753. Jean George drew a lot in the Clearlands, but evidently exchanged it for lot number 36 and WA. Jean George died, it said 1755, but it was in other stuff, but when you look up, it says 1756 because there's a thing there of the dates, 1755, 1756. His daughter was born after his death. And that was, Catherine was pregnant with the daughter when my seventh great granddaddy was killed. And his son was 1.5. His widow married Etienne Marion, Etienne Marion, a widow with sons, on January 1756, and subsequently had several children by her second husband, which I have. Which would be this man right here. And they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children together. And he had 3 children prior to that. A widower with sons, subsequently had several children by her second husband. Okay, so that would be Mary. The Byzantines, his own signature in a sort of script, looks like Byzantine, but it was Byzantine, like the castle. Possibly the second, his way of writing C, Sedeli, where Jean George Byzantine, age 44, former 1 man, 2 women, 3 half breed, 1 free, 7 heads, Jean George, Jenny Marie, Nicholas, David. 2 of the kids died because they were poisoned. It was bad milk. There is no record of Jean George's death in the Lunenburg parish records, but family traditions say that he was scalped by Indians and died in his own dooryard. David also died soon after arrival. His name disappeared from the visualization list. Okay, so it's this. No records of Jean George. So do you think I'm shitting you? with regards to what really happened. There is another family tradition, this from the Zansons in Middle River, which was where my sixth granddad had died, was Middle River, that one of the brothers died of food poisoning near Grand Prix from eating milk left by the Acadians. See, I think I said that there was ones on each side. Light flicker again. When he went up to get a cow, this is a date that fits David. Nicholas drew a 300A lot in Lunenburg in 1764, which was his other son. He had married Mary Richards, who may have been the D.O. Thomas and Barbara from the Pellenate, Platinate, on the Pearl, 1751, St. Paul's, marriage license signed without burns. There is no record of the wedding ceremony. Nicholas may have left descendants in Nova Scotia, but none have been found that are historically his. There is a story that he became an officer in the army and went to Jamaica, but army records do not show his name. No conveyance of property of Nicholas can be found. And when Jean Jacques at 1778 deeds, law at 38 lot of land, W. Ranger lot, and then this is 10 pounds, inheritance of it, own father deceased to Jack Burgett. Again, it was the knowledge of agreement of my two sisters, Mary, David Lanchel, Catherine Spinster. There was no mention of Nicholas. Catherine made their ex. What became of the 300 acre that previously thrown up by Nicholas? Okay. The career of Jean Jacques is remarkable. His religious zeal was more than matched by his business acumen. His father died when he was about a year and 6 months old. He had no schooling and remained illiterate. Yet the land transaction is named all property thrown, witnesses signed his acts were far outnumbered those of any other man in the settlement and make up a large part of a certain book of the land records kept in a certain place. He also ran a lumber mill and a grist mill, farmed, and engaged in shipbuilding. He made several moves, the final one being to the homestead at Middle River, just beyond Chester. In 1791, tax record records his address is given as the Islands, and he paid 5 shillings tax, the highest. At his death, he owned property on Oak Island, Gooseberry Island, Mark Island, as well as 20 other lots varying from 4 to 500. Several of the lots being in Chester. He made a good marriage. His wife was the daughter of a Jacob, but it's low. When I looked it up, they go by it. It was like low boy, what have you. Okay, a German-speaking Swiss. See, I channel all the answers. In his early business, Jean-Jacques was associated with her brother, Alexander. None of JJ's 11 sons equaled his achievement. His descent was French, but he said Swiss. And probably his mother tongue was also French. But Patterson says the inhabitants of Millbury were ethologically more German than French, having been annexed by the latter only a little over half a century before their immigration. This refers to the Villemert families in general, not specifically Byzantians, because there was a lot of us that came from there. They spoke a corrupt dialect of French with German intonation. Some of them had French Bibles and a few other books in that tongue. For their sufferings, which they had endured for their religion after their annexation to France, they had a strong antipathy to French and Romanists, which has continued among their descendants to this day. In fact, they do not wish to be called French, but speak of themselves as Swiss. But Byzantines, through many generations, insisted on their French heritage. Dice la Turco-Campani, boy. It is certain that Jean-Jacques spoke German and English as well. He and Anne May were married in Dutch Reformed Church, Lunenburg, afterwards Presbyterian. The clergyman was Bruno Camengo, who preached and kept records in German. For the Germans of the congregation, this meant a proper spelling of their name, but it is probably from Camengo's records that the name Byzantium began to be spelled with a Z. However, the land records indicate that Jean-Jacques did indeed have papers for the land transactions. All give the spelling Byzantium. 1792 land petition short, not granted. Jean-Jacques lately moved to Chester with his family, wife, and 11 children, built a grist mill on Middle River at his own expense, and has also purchased a sawmill, and has been considerably expensive in retail. Adjacent to said mill, there is a tract of land formerly surveyed to one Griffin, which tract he also understood was intended for such persons who might enact sawmill gristmill. But since his arrival in Halifax, he had been informed it reserved by His Majesty. Now the thing is, I have a document here. See, the thing is, my grandpa couldn't really write and do like using this. See on this, it's like it's forged. It's very faint, but you can see it right there because his name is spelled out. And I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about what's above it. And But since his arrival in Halifax has been informed as His Majesty used material benefit to him and his poor family recommended by J.W. Schweitzer's Halifax, December 1792. Wentworth refused, saying it was required for His Majesty's use, but he was king at that time. Who was king in 1792? Yep, King George III. The king at that time was King George III. Now, if you go back to Once Upon a Time, King George, right? Okay. Oh, yeah, I should have known King George because of the, George's Island. But see, the thing is, I don't believe that King George could even produce his own children. So that would make Charlotte not his child. See, Alfred. See, one of them had a son named Alfred, but he died at a young age. Because I see the one head. Evidently, from the baptismal records, the first five children of Jean and Mary were born at Lunenburg, the next, the islands, and at least some distance from Lunenburg because of the time that elapsed between birth and baptism. The four were born at Middle River and recorded at Chester. Jean made his will before his youngest son was born, which may explain why on his sudden death in 1806, sudden death, he was declared intestate. Where'd that word go? So that's saying that he didn't have a will when he died. I have a will right here. That's a long one. Goes from here, full page, and then a will right here. Later, the Zansons carried on the shipbuilding business in Chester. One ship they are known to have built and sailed themselves was the Hero. Some members of the family in the 1820s built a ship, the Cruller, in HP, which they hauled to Bedford Basin using 18 York of oxen and launched their numerous lessons through several generations as listed shipbuilders as ship's carpenter. Oak Island, this once beautiful island, is a sad sight now. So torn up by treasure hunters. It is interesting to note that John Alex Smith, SOS, Neil McMullen Smith, and Mary Elizabeth Bezanson, daughter of Alex Bezanson, was born at Oak Island 1837. The will of Jean Jacques is to be found in Sun, land of Oak Island, plus his share in 500-acre lot, daunting in this town, forgiven his debts. Alexander, John George, Gilden, or Giddon, John Gaspar, John William, Peter, and Benjamin, named also daughters Anne Marie and Barbary. Two daughters land on Gooseberry Island, wife Anne Mary, which was Anne Marie. She shall have the governmental place, the place. The will was made 1800, not mentioned, the youngest not mentioned, died before the date, was born. It is plain from the sight of his affairs that Jean George died suddenly. Okay, so I just put, with regards to my seventh great granddaddy, no burial site to be found. I told you they drug him off to George's Island. And then my sixth great granddaddy died suddenly, and I said that, he was hollering out, "Back off, Bula, we ain't taking your shit." So, if he had a religious seal beyond ordinary, you say the crucifixion, beat him, whipped him. You know, as I said, some people don't want to put things together, but this is about Oak Island and the Lunenburg and Lunenburg. The Butcher brothers trial. And see, people block other people who are trying to bring truth to light because it implicates them. Because I can feel that. They try to shut me down every time. But shame on you. Because what you do to me will happen to you. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. See, I bring my dirty laundry forward. I already did. It has been quite impossible to list all the descendants of the first Byzantine born in Nova Scotia. Over the years, many of the descendants have come up, and it is reported that one man visiting said to his brother, "All the Byzantines that were any good left Nova Scotia long ago." And his brother quick retorted, "We got rid of a lot of the conceited ones that way," sent them both laughing. And if you don't think that I know what that means, there were some who wanted to visit but could not. One man and his wife, who was also Nova Scotia born, wrote a plan to come in great preparation, struck down by terminal illness, rode home in keen disappointment. "Dear brother, I long to see you once again on the old sod." Perhaps there were other Byzantines who looked upon Nova Scotia as home and would have come to see relatives if they could. To all the G-Jock descendants, scattered far and wide, those who have remained in Nova Scotia send greetings. You may not find your own name in the sight, but one of Jean Jacques' son is certainly your ancestor. So see, that's what you're observing now. And why do you think that they want to get rid of immigrants? Say they're illegal. Hey, Trump, no more illegal than you are in your family, right? I'm just saying. It's the same as if it was going on here. It's because what are you covering up? Ya la tocó de criarse, no vaya. You know, I feel people like you speak, you want to speak. And my question is, why are you not? Why are you trying to speak for somebody else? Why not use your own voice? See, I get dirty looks, and I don't even know the fucking people, but your spirit knows me, and my spirit knows yours. So, hey, I'm a little late now, but happy birthday, Tesla. Nikola Tesla. You did tell the world that in a certain year, the feminine was going to rise. Kaya tunuko karati kay sakatutusyo lagi mo kahanin ko kahit we don't see the way. hands like Donald Trump. Well, hey, I want to hear him speak multiple languages. Or is it his wife in church? Because they say she speaks what? She said she spoke 5 languages. Correcto por ella. Listo para ponerse de Israel. Viejo tutorial. See, from certain things that I read, like the family was like the family of the daughter, the granddaughter was suspicious. Dice la que tuvo ella, la que llama policía. Now, one day I just like oddly because I was driving and I hit a bit of fucking hot water and I bent my rim. We were changing the tire and he started going off. So I walked away from him. I walked way up the road. And when I got up the road, there was a couple of men who were pulling out of something. They were pulling out of a squat, which is odd. And I had a bad feeling from them. They were driving a white van. And I had a really bad feeling. I was in a dirt road. It was waste. Like it wasn't around anybody here. Really houses. So when they come out to go, they were going slow, and I crossed the road. My body, like I automatically instantly crossed the road. And they said to me, I said, no. I said, my ex-husband's just a little bit so they left. And see, the thing was, I started Googling to see if any any girl was missing. And see, ironically, I typed in Tara Smith, and there was a Tara Smith that went missing at the age of 16. See, these are things that, you know, I don't take them out because I know it's showing me something, it's telling me something. So it's that part, like, if people don't believe, like you're Christian, see, I have the great granddaddy, second great granddaddy here. Uh, Okay, so oh, I went from my sixth grade granddaddy, which was Gene Job, his wife, and then their son, which would have been my fifth great granddaddy. Weird, he was born July 10th. Then it goes to my third great granddaddy, his son. And then to his son. Oh, wait. Sixth, fourth, third, and it was the Levi that were the rabbis. Halevi, was it the 12? Because, so third, second, and then my second great granddaddy, and then my granddaddy, and then my mom, and there's my new, they already know who I am and where I am. Pobrecita, porque quieren, So, hey, Rick, the land you're searching on is my great granddaddy. Two of them. One from my mother's side. And I see the thing is, on my mother's side, it was a double win. Because not only was it my grandfather's great grandfather, but he was my grandmother's great grandfather. Because brothers. So whether they were married or not, Gene Jock would still been great. Gene George would still been great. Double win. And the strange thing is, my mom's grandparents were both Byzantines, or my mom's parents were both Byzantines, and my dad's parents were. And if you put it in city. So this is why the people from the curse of our God have been that are selling your your treasures and memorabilia. This is why they don't want to talk to me. So, hey, I really feel sorry because you actually fucked your own family for the sake of $1 and for personal gain and for tourism. You want to tell a fucking story? Tell the truth of it all. Of your own family's misery. Maybe some of them are talking with you. But hey, here's free. Let's see. Oh, uh, the 7 Years' War. The 7 Years' War was fought from 1756 to 1763. You think it was a fucking coincidence that my seventh great granddaddy was stealth right at the time that it started? The Treaty of Paris was signed on February 10th, 1763. But hey, that was the birthday of my dog, who actually told me that part of his spirit was Alexander the Great. Ended the 7 Years' War between France, Britain, and Spain. It marked the end of the war in North America. Here, why here? Seriously, why North America? Because they put us here to try and take us out. They promise you freedom, but they make you their slave. The Masons were the builders. They were the indigenous. But see, it marked the end of the war in North America and created the for the modern country of Canada. France formally ceded New France to the British and largely withdrew from the continent. Did you? Or did you lie about that too? Because that's like here's lie. First war spanned the globe. What's happening right now? Same thing, right? You know, you're saying, you know, people are saying, oh, well, they're lying about Trump. Well, like, if you're lying about Trump, then you're lying about everything else, right? Just so that communicated. Strictly fought between the alliance of Britain, Curacao, Hanover, against the alliance of France, Austria, Sweden, Saint Russia, and Spain. See, at that time, the United States didn't even exist yet. This is a spirit defense to offense up because those spirits know exactly what spirits. France and Britain were especially hostile enemies, waging war on land and sea in Europe, colonies around the world. They took us. They wanted to eradicate us, just like what you're trying to do now. It's still the British and the French. You know, our Ireland, you know, hey, one part of my family is from Scots Ireland. So hey, like shit. And the McMullen, the Smith McMullen, it said that they came over from the United States, but it wasn't the United States. And this song, that's pretty fucked up. But if some like to be accused, go find the other ones that like to be accused and keep the other ones the fuck out of it. Britain hoped to destroy France's navy and merchant fleet, take possession of its colonies, and move France as a commercial rival. You know, I know someone who told me that they were born in England. You should get sent to take the oath. And I'm going to say, how's that working out for you? Because I know there's certain ones that are trying to drive you fucking ape shit, that shit crazy, or make you look like crazy. It's like, and just so people know, when you're holding this, it's a form of balancing and staying centered. You take and you demonize everything because you demonize your own fucking ancestors because you listen to someone else. Much of the fighting took place in North America. Go watch Frozen 2. In North America, most of the fighting took place in North America. What, do you really think that it's what they told you it was about? No. It was because the chief was scalped. Felicito porque no te estoy diciendo ahí. Don't believe me. I don't give a shit. Can you believe in the fucking narrative and continue to you? Much of the fighting took place in North America, where the European powers clashed over possession of their colonies. They promised land over here. The queen or king, or whoever the fuck it was given them property. Because if you go look up the Crown Office, it says, when you're given the land, it's a rodeo. It's yours to keep. No one can take it from you. It's not about being sold for life and passed down through the family generations. But people won't go look up that way because I got to be wrong. Possession of the colonies. What do you think they come in and they destroyed everything, and then they did? No, took them, wiped them right out of history. The North American theater is also known as the French and Indian War in the United States, as the conflict involved indigenous allies on both sides. Said that. Conquest. On September 8, 1760, Governor Pierre de Gourad de Villadero de Gavadano Marquis de Velay surrendered New France, what is now Quebec and other French territories in North America, to a British invasion force at Montreal. Did they really? Hey, you allowed yourself to be thought, did you? Seriously, is that why you want to separate from Canada? Legitimate question, and I got the feeling that apparently I'm right because I felt it in my body. So you too were a traitor to your own people. Sad for you. Is that why that part of the country is so ignorant to English speaking people? Do you know what our people what their people do? Um, what is it? Dog, okay, dog thing. Don't care about any other people, right? Don't want to be a part of Canada, okay? Back up. And go to the United States, be part of them. But you can't take Quebec with you. Same as Alberta. Your shares are traded to your own people. Because the families knew how to help. They were working together. They ended up fighting against one another because of the military. Because they would send the crooks in and steal from people and make it look like the people were doing it to each other. Same thing they were doing to each other, the black people. Because up there was where my when my great grandfathers came, when we first got here, they wrecked off the coast of Newfoundland, it's like with regards to another part of it, like the Craw family who were told that we had to go beyond it and to try to get our stars, which makes no fucking sense. I had a prominent businessman that I knew quite well, and he was a Mason, told me that a person with 1% could apply for the status. But certain individuals would get their noses to join that, people want to own stuff, and I understand that because they feel if they don't own it, that they can get just kicked right out or kicked off. Hey, that can happen anyways. They send the military in to destroy land, to destroy people's livelihoods, and you keep joining. You say you're fighting for your people, or you're fighting for the people you believe you're fighting for, but in actuality, you're fighting against the people because you're actually the government has you fighting to protect them and leaving you to believe that it's to help the family. Why do you think they're drugs? What is it? What are Let's follow the red string. Don't know where that came from because I was just looking at this and it's like follow the red ribbon. Donald Trump was talking about the Gulf of Mexico too, and the Gulf of America, the Gulf of St. Louis, France retained fishing rights in Newfoundland and the Gulf of St. Louis and acquired the small Gulf Islands of St. Pierre. British Allies, French British Agreement, British oh, Montreal. Prior to this, the Indigenous allies of the French had reached an agreement with the British at what is 25 August, and Huron of Bouillet had done likewise 5th September at Lomita. New France was under military occupation and military rule under a definite treaty of peace negotiated. So under military occupation and military rule. So what are they doing right now? You know, you're trying to call, what is it, martial law or maritime law. By getting people to fight, that's how they do it. By creating civil war is how they do it, and that's how they did it there. You create a war to say that you're going in to stop the war, but you're the fucking problem. And to rule a definite treaty, negotiated. See also conflict in France. Dividing colonies. Terms of the Treaty of Paris, 1763, Britain obtained the French possession of the Royal, Cape Breton, Quebec, Great Lakes Basin, the east bank of the Mississippi River in importance. Now, I'm believing that oh, look at that. Well, that was really weird because all of a sudden, you know, when I was doing the Treaty of Paris, all of a sudden my thing shut down. So in my hand, I have the Bill of Rights. See, Bill of Rights. Amendment. Amendment 1, 2, 3. So let's see. Amendment 1, this was, Constitution, December 5th. Okay, let's read this. The first 10 amendments were proposed by Congress in 1789 at their first session, and having received the ratification of the legislation of 3/4 of the several states, they became a part of the Constitution December 15th, 1791. There's 1791 again. Same year that the Boulevard brothers were hung. And are known as Bill of Rights. Amendment 1. Congress shall make no law respecting an abolishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise therefore, or abridging the freedom of speech or the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievance. Excuse me. Oh shit, man. Buenísimo time. Yeah. I just want to check this. And then we're going to shut it down tonight, and we'll come back in tomorrow and we'll read about the amendments. If I don't talk to people, please excuse me for that. Spirit just has me center. Hey, you fart. Yeah, you fart, old bastard. Okay, redress and grievance. The meaning of redress of grievances refers to the act of seeking a remedy or correction of a perceived wrong or injustice. And that's what's happening right now. You are going through a wrong and injustice. It encompasses the expectation that complaints against public officials will be considered fairly and that legal remedies will be applied for any wrongs committed, particularly by the government. The concept is close tied to the right to petition, allowing individuals to seek assistance from the government without fear of punishment. What's happening right now? They're punishing. So it's saying that the people can do it. You don't have to wait for the fucking government to do it. The people can do it. So what are you waiting for? The concept is closely tied to the right to petition, allowing individuals to seek assistance from the government without fear of punishment. You're being punished fairly and on legal remedies. What's happening now? You know, I have this here. This is the parish registry. I have that there. And then not only do I have that one there, but I have them here too. What else did I keep them all here? The Constitution of the United States, section of the, and then article, and then article, and then back here the amendments. Get yourself that book. The federal papers. This is why they say that, they don't want you, they'll encourage you not to look into this stuff. Oh, leave it to us, leave it to us. Yeah, we know what it means by leave it to us. See, the only reason why they can do what they're doing is because you don't know your rights. You don't know your stuff. But some will say, oh, well, I'm just fine. Or, yeah, good for you. Then get the fuck out of the way. Because there's more people that are not fine about it. Because it's that part, if you don't get the fuck out of the way, you will be moved out of the way. You could do the Red Rover, Red Rover. I call my family over. And you could be part of the family. Or you can move aside and still be moved. But people say meek is the ones that just, sit and do nothing. Don't you say that a raccoon is meek? Like a raccoon that run away, right? Until you home. You threaten your babies. You threaten their food source. You threaten their home. And they'll come out fight. Some will say, oh, well, Jesus said don't fight against it. Did he? That's why he was fighting it against it, right? It was a twist of a narrative. It's not about going hand to fist with each other or fucking getting out your guns and knives and fucking stabbing each other and shooting each other. Sort of err on your soul. A well-regulated military being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. No soul, 3. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner of the prescribed by law. See, Donald Trump, he thinks that he's doing something that he's not allowed to do. But you say, well, he's doing it. Well, I guess that's on you, right? That would be the same as here in Canada or in any other country, depending on what you say your constitution was. But hey, you're allowing them to fucking manipulate it. People say, oh, the Supreme Court. Do you know there's a court above that? It's the International World Court. See, your government is telling you that they have to do all this stuff. You can't just as a man, you can't do shit. hours or millions. They're just leading you to believe that it's not. The right of people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. So, you're allowing this, like, see, are you not seeing that you should be going after the whole of the system because they failed you? They're creating the grievances. They're not coming up with a remedy. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on oppressment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the military when in actual service in time of war or public. Well, they're going to create it just so they can do that because that's what they've done. I'm going to come on tomorrow because there's a lot here. See, Donald Trump just keeps making up his own laws. It's like a kid playing the game that wants the game to always be their way. So if it doesn't work out for them, they change the law, right? Or they change the rules of the game. So does that mean everybody gets to change the rules? Not just you? Galata Gracie nung naisa ko. See, people will, like, the Poor Brothers, they did it as circumstantial evidence. And that's how you convict. That's why a lot of innocent people end up going to jail. Because anyone in wrong, especially when you're affiliated with the court system itself, the justice system itself, they like to cover each other's asses. Because each one of them got to draw on each other. So hey, get yourself an amendment. Instead of saying, quote, First Amendment, religious freedom and freedom to speak, print, assemble, and petition. Okay. The only people that don't want things to get out, they're the ones. This is this isn't even all of G. George Costanza's family, G. Jock's family. That's pretty good. But hey, this isn't the only part of the family I'm looking into. And a lot of people want to shut me down. And when you want to shut someone down, it means that you got some dirt to hide yourself. See, my spirit man already knew that's what you're afraid of. Because you'll still, even if I were to say something, you'd still deny it. And that's the thing. You would fuck over your own family. You would work really hard to keep people separate and apart and fighting just so they couldn't collaborate. And you really fucking sad. Because that there in itself, if you want them to just stay away from one another because of the so your answer is to keep them stayed apart, right? But the only reason why you want them to stay apart is because there's so much truth told. There's a hidden secret. And I'm pretty sure I know what it is. It's more than one. for many people, because they can feel it. Because if you're trying to keep families from each other and apart, and your siblings or anything like that, you're the problem. Your secret is the problem. And this is for anybody's family. Like I can feel it right here. How do you like your family friend? I guess you would like it, right? Because it doesn't get hurt, it doesn't get told. But there's always some obvious things. Because like I said, it all comes back to the same three families. And then there was somebody else that came into the mix, but no association. In a way, association. Because it is, the Smiths are there too. Because the so pretty much all of Nova Scotia comes back to Oak Island because you are your ancestors. There's no proving this, but I am allowed to question things, and I will continue, and I will continue to channel because I know what's coming forward, and I know it's true. And I do know that one day the truth will come forward. And with that being said, I'm saying much love, light, and many blessings and support and very chaos. And I want to be truth, which will be good for yourself, your authentic self, be true and kind to yourself, be true and kind to others, and know that you have more strength than you have confidence. Look into genealogy. You might learn something, and then you might understand a few things much better. So, I guess it's Friday now, so last day of the week. Well, not last day of the week, last day of the so-called work week for some. I'm sending you keep going and just know that you have strength and you got this. And when someone tries to divide family, it means that there's a secret that doesn't need to be told. Much like an untold story. Sending you love. Con esto crees y tu